a new follower. Hello? Can you hear it? Are you with me? Yo, yo, yo. I got the right one, right? Yeah. Oh! I think it went through. There. Oh. Okay. This one's on delay too? Ah, okay. There we go. You would not believe the amount of amazing stud 8 or better commentary I had while we were getting everything working. Okay. You're with me now. There he is. Jimmy. Wish you were here, buddy. Gonna show hole cards. Yes, we're working on it, but full disclosure, it's our first live stream mix game. So we are trying to get a lot of things done at once, and there will probably be some hands where they don't work perfectly. So I'm going to try and walk you through them here. I have a feeling we have some people that aren't fully familiar with these mix games, but that's kind of why we're doing it. We want y'all to learn about mix games, and we also want to learn how to properly show them to everybody. So, this is all in preparation for the summer series that we have coming up. Currently, we are playing a round of stud 8 or better. What they do here is 8 hands of each game. They got the games that are in the mix scrolling at the bottom there, if you're wondering what all those words mean, if you haven't played a lot of mixed games. Those are the games that are in the mix. We'll kind of explain them as we get to them, so if you want to see how a game works, just don't go anywhere, because they will all come up. And we will do our best to get you all the graphics. Currently playing 7-card stud 8 or better. See a lot of this in this game. They chop it up. I went over the rules to stud 8 or better, but it was when I was in here talking to myself. 8 or better refers to the qualifier for the low. 8-handed 7 stud, yes. 8 or better generally means it's a split pot game. The pot is split between the high hand and the low hand. 8 or better refers to the qualifier. So in order to make a low hand, you have to have 5 cards that are 8 or better, meaning lower.
Yeah. You might see that at some point.
The better low hands are read backwards.
I just went all around that bar.
Whatever your lowest high card is the best hand. So 7 low would be better than an 8 low. This is what we call third street. They get 2 down and 1 up. The lowest card is the bring in. So right now we've got the 5 of spades up. Action then goes clockwise. Since there's antes and bring-ins, there's no blinds. They're using that button because instead of having everybody post an ante, which they would normally do, they're just having one player ante for the whole table. So the button, which normally doesn't exist in stud games, they're using the button just so that they know whose turn it is to pay the ante for the table. You see Josh feverishly working there, producer Josh feverishly working to try and figure out how to do this. He does have to manually input all of the up cards. The table doesn't automatically read those, as we see. Jesselyn in the background there, getting drinks. So the low card is the bring in. Once you get further in the hand, 4th street and beyond, then it turns into the high hand acts first. So right now, You see a pair of 5s up for Nelly, but that's all he had was a pair of 5s. You see 2 pair there for Ray. He's got 2 pair and a gut shot to the low. That's a very good hand.
Best player, baby.
Nash,
Let's go.
we're going to 6th Street. Nash still has
Best
ace
player.
high. Now he made a pair of 7s. Ray has 3s and 4s. He had a gut shot to the straight as well. That was a really good hand, but the 2 pair is going to be good.
Ask Justin. No, you're supposed to.
Whatever.
Listen,
It's all Randall.
ask Justin if he's okay if under the gun straddles if we play 7 handed.
Okay, so they didn't ask me. We're on a 30-minute delay. I heard Ray ask, "Hello, mother." Mom, stick around. You're going to love these games. These are poker to the next level. So they're asking in the draw games. Normally, draw games are done 6-handed. We have 8 players at the table because the stud games you can play 8-handed. Stud games always deal to the 1 seat first. Again, the only reason we're using a button is to figure out who annies. One player is going to ante for the entire table. So in the draw games, they're normally 6-handed, but when you do an 8-handed mixed game, typically what happens is you have the 2 players under the gun sit out. But what they do in those games is they let players come in for a straddle, and then you can have the 7th player. And the reason they do that is because the straddle makes it a little higher limit for that round. Definitely something wrong here as we're picking up 2 deuce of diamonds. There's definitely not... Look, there was even a 3rd one there for a second. So what happens when the up card goes to the reader? Again, bear with us as we work out some kinks here.
You thought he was talking about his pay.
They will let the under the gun player straddle in as the 7th player because with their higher action, they don't think that they will run out of cards. Generally, when you're playing in a game like this one where there are some beginning players, it doesn't have the desired effect because lots of players play all the hands anyway. So
we could mix it together.
they never asked if I would allow someone to straddle in, but I think the answer would be negative.
They're gonna
Run out of cars.
Yeah, players are joking about how they might run out of cards. There is a solution for running out of cards in all of these games. There's always a solution. Never fear. If they need my help, I am just a door away and ready to help out. Got some superstars in this game. Chris Birchfield and Ray Henson.
Jesus, where's the rest of
Local Houston legends.
and I'll buy all you
Playing in the game. We have Nash. Went deep in a local tournament here this weekend. He's in the 5 seat. Sung, our unsung hero. He's sitting in the 4 seat. Nash is in the 5. That's Nelly in the 6 seat. And then we've got Jimmy. Jimmy sitting in the 8. Then we've got a pair of headphones. All right, so like we said, it starts with the worst hand is the bring in. Now that we are on 5th Street, 2 jacks for Nash. As Jimmy made 2 tens. You see, Jimmy had 4, 5, 6, 2 spades. That's a really good starting hand in stud. And then even making 2 tens isn't terrible, but when you've got 2 jacks that you're up against, you know you're playing from behind. Hello, Jordan Cutter. Nelly the Rapper. No. But did you know that Nelly has a song where he mentions Vanna White, which created a lot of havoc around here at Prime Social? I figured out that there are lots of people who work here that don't know who
A
Vanna
new
White
follower.
is. Dirty John Lynn in the chat. Oh, Ken Poe. What do we got? 10-game mix tournament preview for the Prime Summer Series? That is correct. Ken, we're working on figuring out if we can live stream these mixed games. So we got a test run going right now. We want to see if we can get some of these graphics figured out. There will be mistakes made, so bear with us. Oh, check this out. All right, Jimmy, we'll see you soon. Get well. Dirty says, put me on the list. Do you know how to play these games, Dirty? Okay, let's see. Sung with the 2, 4, 4, 8 king. We are playing deuce to 7. Wait. No. What are we playing? I should probably figure that out. Are they playing Badusi?
That couldn't have worked out more perfect.
Justin's gonna see this and he was like, great, I'll do it.
Got him.
Okay, they are playing Badusi. And there it is, right there. Okay. The hand that Sung folded was actually a really good hand. So in Badusi, wish there was a way to see which cards they were drawing. Again, this is part of what we're working on here. Badusi is a combination of 2 different games, and we're going to be playing both of these games by themselves tonight to get a better feel for it. Is they're going to chop it up? It doesn't look...
Can we go back to the tournament? Jimmy bluffed and he folded.
Jimmy made it like 8.
Looks like Ray made an 8 Badugi. Okay, trying to look at the hands now. I'll finish that thought. So, there are 2 games. Deuce to 7, triple draw, and Badugi. There we go. That's the right graphics. Okay.
Oh my
Although
God.
maybe that wasn't the right graphics. Deuce to 7, triple draw. You try to make the worst hand. You get 5 cards. You try and make the worst possible poker hand. You get 3 draws. There's a betting round after each draw.
Nope. Okay.
You could draw any number of your cards. You could draw 0. You could draw 1. You could draw 5. And all of the numbers in between. And you are trying to make the worst possible poker hand. That's why they call it deuce to 7, because the worst possible hand is, or best possible hand in this game, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. It can't be a 6 because that would make a straight. So deuce 3, 4, 5, 7, that's the best hand. And then you keep raising the other cards. Deuce 3, 4, 6, 7. Deuce 3, 5, 6, 7. Deuce 4, 5, 6, 7. We could do this all day. Those are the best hands. So this is also a split bot game. A Badoogie. They're going to be playing some games with Badoogie in it. A Badoogie is one card of every suit without any pairs. A pair cancels out a Badoogie. So a deuce, 3, 4, 5, all different suits is the best possible Badoogie in this game. Deuce, 3, 4, 5. Because aces are high in deuce to 7. Aces are high. Aces are bad cards in this game. So, if Chris's graphics are correct, which I think they are, he's got a deuce, 3, 4, 6. That's a number 2 Badoogie. There's only one hand that beats that. So that half of the pot he basically has locked up. It's very tough to lose with that good of a Badoogie, because there's only one hand that beats it. And Badoogies are hard to make. Remember, Ken, Badoogies are hard to make. Really hard to make. Easier when you get 5 cards, but still very hard to make. So what they're trying to do is make both at the same time.
We also get the Prime Signature Series dealer of the series.
They are trying to make the worst hand, and they are trying to make a Badoogie. And it's the same process. You do 3 draws. In an attempt to make the Badoogie and the worst hand, and then you chop the pot. The best Badoogie chops half the pot, and the worst hand chops half the pot. And if you are fortunate enough to make a hand that has both a Badoogie and a good low, then you get what they call a Scoopy Scoopy Scoop. They don't really call it a Scoopy Scoopy Scoop. They just call it a scoop. But oh, they're drinking. Everyone's having a cocktail. So I was lucky enough to go deep in a tournament not too long ago. I told the staff that I was playing on their behalf here at Prime Social. If I venture off into another poker room, I'm playing for the staff. So tonight was the night where I pay up. So I'm in here in the booth with y'all, but I'm buying cocktails and I bought some pizza for the staff. So they're spreading the wealth, having a good time, partaking in some adult beverages. Oh, upgraded. He upgraded to a 5 Badoogie. Deuce, 3, 4, 5. 6 looks like a good card, but it's not. So what happens here is deuce, 4, 6, 7, queen. Queen is not a great low for Nash, but Chris was drawing with that Badoogie.
Is the audio on here? 100%. Oh,
I think they're just showing the cards to producer Josh so that he can get them in. Chris ended up making a 6-high straight, which again, in deuce to 7, you're trying to make the worst poker hand. The worst poker hand generally is the best poker hand in deuce to 7. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In most forms of poker, that's a straight. That's good. Not a lot of hands beat a straight. But in deuce to 7, that means it's really bad because you're trying to make the worst hand, and so is everybody else, so pretty tough for someone to have a flush. Especially in a game where you're trying to make all the worst suits. Okay, so let's try and break down a hand from the beginning. Deuce, 5, 6, 8, 9 for Jimmy, and he's going to come along. Deuce, 5, 6, 8 is not a terrible deuce to 7 hand, but it's only got 2 different suits. So it's not as amazing of a hand in this game because you're also trying to make a Badoogie. So let's see what Jimmy's trying to do here. This hand's a little tough because you're going to have to break, but the card you would normally break would be the 9, but the 9 makes it so that you only have 2 suits. So we're going to see what Jimmy's pitching 1. I imagine he pitches the 9. Okay, so now he got He's got a 2, 3, 5, 6, 8. That's a pretty good deuce to 7 hand. And what happens if nobody makes a Badoogie? Then you go to the best 3 card. Best 3 card would be a deuce 3, 4. So deuce 3, 5. Not terrible. So I wouldn't recommend playing it the way that Jimmy did, generally. But now he's in pretty good shape, especially since we could see Nick is playing deuce 5, 8. Got a king jack. Those aren't good cards. Aces for Nash. Nash doesn't really have any good cards. Not sure what's going to happen here. John Dyer. Hey, sorry, didn't see you in there. John Dyer says, how often are you spreading 7 game? Yet to be determined. We're doing it tonight because we know that we have the potential to run mixed games on the stream. And it's kind of an experiment to see if we can do it. And so far, it's worked out okay, I think. Still some bugs.
Only had 4 live low cards. That deuce in his hand is the only one that didn't cards. There was another low card on the board and we had live deuce.
He was in the horse tournament, and he had all the chips.
And he made the final table for us.
And I just kept calling him best player for 4 hours. When he would ask how he won, I just stacked him chips.
Oh, I remember. I was here with you.
Oh, yeah, we know. What place did you get?
I got, first.
Okay, sorry. Oh, my apologies. So, we are working on the graphics for this game. I'm sorry. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm sorry I just vanished there. Working on getting it going, but if we can start getting this game going a little more regularly, then we will run it more regularly. But it's a new process for us. This live stream with the mixed game. So we're practicing with it now. I'm hoping that by the time we have our series this summer, we have everything ready to go, rocking and rolling, and we can do awesome mixed game live streams for y'all. I know we got some people. I see some people in the chat that are mixed game regulars. I'm sure they want to know. So I'm hoping we get it more often. Maybe we can get it up to once a week if we get enough interest for it. And especially if we get people that want to watch it. But if you have any questions about these mixed games that we're running, feel free to ask them in the chat. I love talking about mixed games. Once a week. Let's try and get it up. We'll do once a month. I'll commit to once a month mixed games. If you like playing mixed games, if you like watching mixed games, let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let me know on my social. You can follow me at @TheJustinHammer on Twitter. @TheJustinHammer on Instagram, but I don't even know how that works. on Facebook. Just my name, Justin Hammer. This is a 6-handed game, but we got 8 players. So what we do here is have 2 players sit out under the gun. We talked about it a little earlier. Nick looked like he flashed a card there. Once I get Johnson & Johnson vaccine, I'll bring some friends. Give me a shovel and point me to the oldest cemetery. Are you saying that you like these mixed games, Clive? Is that what you're saying? Mixed games are awesome. Played quite a bit of them during quarantine. Good group of friends that played tons of mixed games. We talked about it before. I know people were trolling me whenever I mentioned it. We did a nice little 22 game mix. 25. Love Stud. Stud is a great game. Mixed games are a great game. Are great games? Mixed games is a great game. I don't know. You get what I'm saying. 3, 4, 5, 6 for Nelly. Looks like a good hand because it's a lot of low cards, but you don't want to have a straight draw. So it looks like Nelly's going to be drawing 1. If you have a hand like that, I mean, you can just go ahead and pitch the 6 and try and get a better Badoogie. Because if you get a deuce or a 7, it's not a good card. Maybe you can get a deuce or 7 of hearts, then it's a little better, but you don't want to be playing open-ended straights in low draw games. Low draw games. You don't want to be playing open-ended straights. It severely limits the amount of cards.
A new follower.
If you're playing this game, you don't want to pitch cards until every player has committed to a number of cards. Low ball Chicago. Yeah. Clive. Chicago. High spade in the hole. Gets half the pot. 1, 1. And looks like Nash was pat. I feel like there has to be a change in Nash's graphics. He would not pat a king. What a gin card for Jimmy. Deuce 4, 6, 7, 8. He's got an 8 Badoogie and an 8 low. 8, 7. Let's see here. I'm looking at the actual cards, which look a little different than what they're showing. Looks like Jimmy has 86. So Nash has an 8-7, 3-deuce Badoogie with a 9 low. Jimmy has an 8 low with an 8-6 Badoogie. 8-6 Badoogie is better than 8-7. I know that's confusing if you've never done it before. I know. So here's what happens. In low games, it just works backwards than high games. Most poker players understand how things work when you go high. If I have ace-king and you have ace-queen, then my hand's better because when we go to the second card, mine is higher. So that same concept works just for low. You're trying to make the worst hand. So if I had 8-7 and you had 8-6, we know from playing regular Texas Hold'em, like a lot of us do, that the 8-7 is better than the 8-6. Better meaning higher. So when you're playing low, the same rules apply just for finding the low. An 8-6 is a better low, a lower hand than 8-7. So in a low game, that's the winner. I don't know if that made it any more or less confusing, but the same rules work for when you're trying to figure out the best Badoogie. And again, a Badoogie is just 4 cards that are all different suits. If nobody has a 4-card Badoogie, meaning nobody has one of every suit in their hand. Then you go to the best 3-card. 2, 3, 4 is the best 3-card Badoogie. But any 4-card Badoogie beats a 3-card. Even the best 3-card is beat by a 4-card. Clive says, I have seen a noted pro pat on deuce to 7 with 4 deuces in his hand. Yeah, that's what we call snowing. It's actually pretty common in deuce to 7 because the cards that are the best are the deuces and the 7. So if you have lots of them in your hand, that means other players can't have them in their hands, which means they're far more likely to fold if you bet. So if you have 4 deuces in your hand, that means it's tough for anyone else to make a good hand. Nobody can make the nuts. Nobody can make the best possible low or the best possible Badoogie. So it's called snowing. If you ever want to be really cool, play a mixed game, get into a low game, and have a bunch of deuces and 7s in your hand. And in this game, you pitch cards. So if you pitch a couple deuces and then you get a couple back, you know that nobody else is getting them. So even if you don't have them in your hand, you could still snow. Let it snow. Then when you run the huge bluff and you bet, everybody folds. You could say, I was snowing. And I know that I was snowing because Justin Hammer told me that's what it is. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Deuce, 3, 7, 6, 9. Looks like Nash had a Badoogie and Nick didn't. Nick had a better low, so he wins. Jordan Cutter says, if you were playing this mix as a tournament format, 6-handed, how many people will be at the final table? Excellent question, Jordan Cutter. How many people should be at the final table of a 6-handed tournament? I know I have my thoughts on this. What do y'all think? How many? How many players should be at the final table of a 6-handed tournament? The reason Cutter is bringing this up is because there's been some discussion going on online about how many players there should be at a final table. Typically, it had been one more than whatever the tournament was. So a 6-handed tournament would go to 7. 7-handed tournament would go to 8. It's just always one more than whatever it was. At the last TDA Summit, that's the Tournament Directors Association, where they get together and they talk about cool poker rules, it was decided that it should always be an odd number because that way you always have the same number of players at both tables when you're playing hand for hand on the way to the final table. So if you go at 7, that means it's 4 and 4. 4 and 4 poker, which apparently players do not enjoy. 4 and 4, but it's the same amount. If you do it at 9, then it's 5 and 5. Always an odd number final table so that it's always balanced going into the final table. Then we had a tournament at the Venetian where having an odd number meant that they would have to go one less than the tournament. They were 8-handed. They couldn't play 9 because of COVID regulations, so in order to keep it an odd number, they had to go down to 7 instead of up to 9, which some players did not appreciate. Was in the rules. It was on the structure sheet. It was done that way previously, a couple weeks earlier. But the players felt that an 8-handed tournament should not go to the final table at 7. And there is definitely a case to be made for that argument. But it has sparked some conversation amongst TDs as to what the final table should be. And some have hypothesized that it should just always be whatever the tournament started at. So a 6-handed tournament, go to the final table at 6. And an 8-handed tournament, go to the final table at 8. Let me see. Are there any more examples? A 9-handed tournament at 9. As we see players chopping up some more pots. 5, 6, 7, 8. King for Jimmy. Remember, don't play open-ended straight draws in deuce to 7. Not advised. Ill-advised. It looks good, but it's not. Look at the couple. VPIP, Nash, 72%. Need to check the tape and try and find the 28% that he folded. Look at the couple in, I think that's seats 1 and 2. They look so cute together. Ray and Chris. I think you're calling Ray and Chris a couple. I'll allow it. That's kind of adorable. We picked up some followers. They don't have it coming through in my headphones. My name is Paul. Proteus Hero. That's right, picking up followers, because who doesn't love mixed games? We're playing 8 hands of each game, or just having that button every time it crosses the dealer, they're switching games. Mike Coltrane at the table. Used to work at Prime, left for a little while, came back. Good dealer. Good dude. Mike Coltrane. Welcome to the game. I hope he hasn't been sitting there for a long time. I just noticed.
You folded your big line too.
I was looking at the comments and trying to explain the rules to deuce to 7. Badusi. If you like the mixed games, let us know. I would like to run more of them for people to see. I want to be able to talk about it, but I don't want to bore everybody into never watching again. So, we will talk about the hands, and if y'all have any questions, shoot them my way. Happy to help. But I did say the dad jokes were going to come during the draw game. I do have one ready. I do have it ready. Even when you win a Raz tournament, you still want to go home and kick the dog. Howard Leonard. That's kind of funny. Aaron, Heather, Lee, good evening from Mexico. Good evening. You might be missing out tonight, but don't worry. We will do it again. Wow, look at this hand. Deuce 3, 5, 6, 8. 86. I say to read it the right way and then I do it the wrong way. 86 with the 65 Badugi. That is a monster of a hand. Up against the 87. Nash is showing where the cards are supposed to go. Jimmy had a decent low. Nash had him outpipped on both. We're switching to Omaha 8 or better. What do you know? Ray Hinton is the chip leader. Yeah, Aaron, don't worry. We'll do another one. You can come play. You're missing out tonight, but you will be able to redeem yourself. Don't worry. Don't forget we also got a tournament series coming up during the summer. Speaking of, we also have a pre-summer kickoff. It's going to be happening next week, starting on Wednesday. $300 buy-in, 100,000 guarantee. Next Wednesday through Sunday. Go enjoy yourself some Easter at church, and then that next week, come spend some time with us. We are going to be previewing our summer schedule which will have a $1 million guarantee main event. It will have some mixed games, and we're going to put those mixed games at the final table because, as you can see, we are practicing our mixed games. I'll be there next week. You don't have to come in from Mexico just for us, Aaron. But yeah, you come out next week, we'll do a mixed game. Well, I don't want to say we will for sure. I got to talk to producer Josh and see how hard this is. Because look at him busy at work. Just poking away there. Okay. There's a lot going on here. We're playing Omaha 8 or better. And remember, 8 or better means that's the qualifier for the low hand. Must have 5 cards, 8 or better, in order to qualify for the low. So on this particular board, since we're playing Omaha, you have to play 2 out of your hand. You get 4 cards, have to play 2 out of your hand. If there aren't 3 low cards on the board, you can't make a low, because you have to play 3 from the board. Sung had the queen deuce of clubs in his hand. There were 3 clubs on the board. There were 4 clubs on the board. But he had 2 in his hand, and he used 3 on the board. That made a flush, and he scoopity-dooped. There was no low possible. So the only hand that could beat him on that board was a better flush. Oh, yeah, mixed games. Mike Williams in the house. That's a man that appreciates a good mixed game. A game of mixes. A mixedy game. Currently playing Omaha 8 or better. If you look at the bottom of the screen there, you'll see a list of the games that we're playing. This game, you like to have low cards. The lower, the better in your hand. Jimmy has a queen, queen, 10-4. That's a good hand if a queen comes out on the flop. Or like ace, king, jack of hearts. Then it's a really good hand. Otherwise, not so much. Okay. Jimmy's got up and down, straight draw. You can catch a 9 or an ace. There's 1 low card. Now there's 2. So it would need to be a low card that doesn't pair the board for there to be a low possible. I'm boring myself. I understand. There just might be some people that don't know the rules of this game, and I'm trying to help them out. So 9 would give a hand like Jimmy's the absolute nuts. He's also got 2 queens in his hand, which makes it less likely for someone else to have one, which doesn't matter a whole lot when you have the nuts, but it's always something to just think about. 2 queens in your hand, that's what they call a locker-rooney. This is Ray Mux. Jimmy wins the pot. Jimmy chips. I expect this game to run when I come to town next. I'll tell you what, Mike, you come to town, I'll make sure this game's going. How about that? How about that? I know people. I can make it happen. Jimmy played during the last series. Some of you may have heard there was a bit of a freeze. That's just how I run. I run a freeze out on the coldest day in Houston history. How do I do that? How does someone even do that? How do you do a freeze out? My first freeze out in Houston, and it was the first freeze outside in Houston on the same day. Crazy. But because of that, people were staying inside. The roads were made of ice. They weren't driving, so the people that lived super close by still came out. We still put on a tournament because people had traveled to be out here just for those mixed games. So we did run a horse event, and Jimmy Chips, you might know him better as Unhealthy Kale, got 2nd place in that tournament. 2nd place. Jake and Cade say, "Hi, Dad." That came from Krista Hammer in the chat. There's a reason that we have the same last name. Jake and Cade are my boys. They are at home. They are watching the stream because they love mixed games as well. 2 excellent poker players. They're also pretty amazing at a game called Fortnite. Ever heard of it? And my oldest son, Jake, is working on becoming like his dad and getting to platinum at Rocket League. It's working on it. With a little more practice, I think he'll be there in no time. Platinum. Plat, as he would say. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that looks like a scooper for Nick. Nick has ace 5 that he's playing for the low, and he has a straight. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 high straight. Low end of the straight is usually pretty scary in Omaha because it's pretty easy to beat. There's 2 straights that beat it when you have the low side. But when you have that ace 5 for the low, I think he had number 3 for the low, he usually makes it so that you could be a little more confident in that hand. As Nick was. Nick also has been known to deal here from time to time. You see a lot of these players are fairly regular at this table during the series. Ray made 3 final tables during that last series. Came runner-up in Player of the Series. Josh Burkhalter won the Player of the Series. They both had amazing runs during the last series. I imagine they will both have amazing runs during the next series. Jordan Cutter saying hi to Krista and the boys in the chat, just in case they didn't see it. Once again, we are going to have our pre-summer kickoff tournament. Flyers are going to be coming out tonight. Keep an eye out for it. 100,000 guarantee. It's going to start next Wednesday. $300 buy-in, 100K guarantee. Going to be a great tournament. Sung with aces. Aces with a suit, a low suit. A6 is not the greatest low hand. Best you can make is a 6 low. As you see there are 3 low cards. Nelly has the ace 3. And remember, when you go from top to bottom, that means the lowest 2 you have in your hand, or how you make, gets counterfeited. Now ace 4 is the best low. Ace 4, which is what Nash has, now makes a wheel.
One of these days I'll play the right game.
You said 3 roll, I said, oh no.
Ray says he's playing the wrong game. I'm not sure which game he's playing. I'm trying to figure out these graphics here. They say that everybody is 0%. 10-7 has 2 pair. Ace 4 is a wheel. There must be 2 spades over there. Oh, that's what it. 9-10 of spades. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. 3 spades out there, so 9-10 makes a flush. Nash had ace 4. Once you make a wheel, you cannot lose the low, but what can happen is you chop the low. You don't always get it guaranteed half the pot. Somebody else can have the same hand. Pre-summer would mean spring. It's not pre-summer like before the summer. It's pre-summer series. Our summer series, that series. 100,000 guarantee, $300 event. That's going to be a good time. That's happening next week. Look for information there. Whoa, whoa. No ganging up on me in the chat. There's a summer series. Before the summer series is the pre-summer series. The series pre. The one in the summer. Pre-series. Oh, look. I believe my son went under my Twitch handle to let me know that he is plat. He doesn't like me saying that he's going to be like me someday if he keeps practicing. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when I get home. Check this hand out. Ace 5 for Nelly, which is 2 pair. Also with the deuce 4 for a draw to the wheel. We can't see Ray's hand. Looks like he's in there splashing around. Nash has top pair. Top pair and a gut shot. And Sung has 2 deuces in his hand. Okay. 4. That's a spicy card. Okay, deuce. I think Ray mucked and we can't see it. All the low hands got counterfeited. Nelly's showing ace 5. Ace deuce 4 5. That is a great hand. Nash has a pair. Right? Nash has a pair. That's not going to do it. Nobody had a qualifying low because their low cards got paired. That means it's counterfeited. When is the post-summer tournament? I don't know if I like y'all's tone. Kidding. Kidding. They're making fun of me because they're right. Pre-summer series. It's not spring. It's pre-summer.
A new follower.
Forever Flexing. Welcome to the chat. The DWB. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Wow, look at this hand. Ace, ace, 4, 5, double suited. That is an absolute monster in Omaha 8 or better. Wheel cards, pair of aces, 2 nut flush draws. Looking at some of these other hands, it's even better. 3, 5, 5, 6. That's pretty good. There is a low draw and a flush draw and the best hand. Oh, that is just a thing of beauty. That's the kind of pot you would get as much as possible in there. Nash is also in there with
a new follower.
A low draw. It's not as good. Nash would need to hit a 3 or a 5. Deuce is a good card for Nick. He's got the nut low and a pair of aces.
Oh, you bet. And he goes, there's no more cards? And they're like, no, he goes, okay, I got nothing.
His 4 face up. We're better than his 4 face up, too.
Okay, so they both have the nut low.
His 4 up.
As you see the dealer divide it into 4. This is, I don't know. Should I explain this? What do we think here? Okay, so they both have the same low. We were just talking about it a little bit earlier. Ray was in there with ace 4, queen, queen. Also had hearts and also had a big pair. Not as big as aces and not as big as the ace high flush draw. When the deuce came, they both make the nut low. Eight, 4, 3 deuce ace was the nut low. They both had it. That's for half the pot. So if you get half of half, that's a quarter. And then aces was good for the high hand. So Nick won 3/4 of that pot, and Ray won 1/4 of it. That's my kids, since they're watching, that's their math lesson for the day. Half of half is a quarter. Darren Felsner says, "Go Ray."
Yeah, I'll play anything with this guy. If he's just got a bet full river.
In Houston, this is still spring, buddy.
Face down full. Yeah. Oh wait. So just bet. He called. He goes, I got nothing.
I didn't see it, but I'm definitely betting.
You heard a ring from the bathroom?
20. Who's recording? Oh, 20. That's okay.
God, man.
Jimmy Chips, ace, ace, jack 10. We've got two mystery hands. Jimmy with the nut flush draw.
Give it to you.
Hits the nut flush. Gets led into by Nash. It is a paired board. Now the low gets there.
According to Ray 3, because he tried to play the same game twice.
King 4
He thinks that every other round is stud highlight.
for a full house. Full house is better than a flush. No, neither player had a low.
I'm the bottom hour here. Wake up, Ray. You're supposed to be the one that knows what's going on.
A new follower.
You have my Dusty ass card?
You see mine?
This is a high low, so why do you have nine? Let the record show Song is winning this game.
Okay.
500.
Special K 600. You gotta try a different joke, like you're doing the same one.
No, I think that, no, they discontinued that.
Be more creative. The new follower audio is a bit loud. Okay. We'll work on that. It doesn't come through on my end, so I can't hear how loud it is. DMGMJ, thank you for the follow. My apologies to anyone who got the loud follower noise. Got to work on making sure I can hear that. Okay, we're playing a new game. Playing another draw game. I think we're doing just deuce to 7. There is a delay, yeah. There's no delay on the commentary. When you come on, it's happening right now. We are all watching this together on a delay. This all happened 30 minutes ago, though. Everything that we are watching happened 30 minutes ago, but we are watching it live. I mean, we're watching the delay live together.
Oh, baby doll. Prettiest card in the deck.
All of our cards don't add up.
Oh, I didn't even look at y'all's cards. I'm not even looking the same. 5, 5, 4, 4, 6, 3, 2. Yours does. Good luck, Jimmy.
So I can see all your comments live. You can interact with me here and I'll hear it right away, but everything we were watching together happened 30 minutes ago.
Wow, they both caught a queen.
the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Dollar, dollar.
Well, no shit. Good read, Jimmy.
Okay. Let's see. Deuce 3, 5, 5, 7 for Mike. Pitching the 5, I imagine. Jimmy's going to run with his 8, 7, 4, 3 deuce. Mike's got quite a bit of outs. Oh, I guess he's just got 4 or 6. Which, as we can see, there are lots of them dead. Deuce 4, 6, 7. That's a good hand. 3. They all had good hands. Look at that. Ray was drawing super live. Seems like the added audio clips are super loud. I want to work on getting those turned down. But thank you, the Justin Hammer. That's my son on my account for cheering 100 bits. Thank you for subscribing. I'm not even sure how you were able to do that. But thank you, me. Deuce to 7. We played the mixed version of this, Badusi, a little bit earlier. This is just the deuce to 7 part.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money.
Which in this game is the best poker hand. The worst hand is the best poker hand. Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. That is the best hand that you can make in this game. 7 low. Generally, you can win the pot in this with an 8 low. Obviously, it depends on the action and what happens. Smooth 7. Yeah. Okay, we got some mixed players in the chat. 7 smooth.
There is no double betting on the board. Yes, if a card and fourth is a pair, there's no more double betting. I thought I was right. I'm allowed to be right about one thing. That's definitely the rule. Used to be. Yeah, used to be. I'm that old. Yeah, it got changed. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But I mean,
All right, deuce 4, 7, 8 for Nash. Looks like he made a 5 there, which was good. All right, we're gonna start talking about these hands as they go. No more. If anyone texts me, I'll just ignore it. Generally, I do, but they're asking questions about the game, about the rules. So I kind of have to answer them to make sure that they're playing it right. We have the 2 under the gun players sitting out. This is a 6-handed game, deuce to 7 triple draw, but there's 8 players here. All right, we got 2 mystery hands. Can't hear if he did it dark, but Nick definitely bet first. One pat. And Nick is betting before Ray even looks at his cards. Whoa, there's good reason. Nick has a number 2. So I imagine Ray pitched the 10, but there's no card. If he caught a good card for that hand, it would be a bad card for him because it would just make him lose more money. Nick had a number 2. There was one hand that could beat him, and Ray was not drawing live to catch that hand. So. Uh-oh, we got Dirty learning mixed games in the chat. Sounds like he's going to be on his way here. Three, 4, 5, 8, Jack for Nick. That's a good hand. Looks like they're trying to get those cards over the scanner. Nick. Looked like Nick raised and everybody folded. Yeah, look, wait. Oh, that can't be right. Oh, yeah, no, Jimmy was gone. Jimmy was dealt in and he was gone. That's why he mucked that hand. So that's right. That makes sense. This is my first time watching. I am a novice poker player. I hope to learn a lot from your friend, Nick. Taurus, is your name Nick, or are you talking about the Nick that's on the stream? Dirty playing stud. That's an oxymoron. That's true.
A new follower.
Taurus neighbor 420 is now following you. Again, we'll get those turned down. Okay, we are playing Deuce to 7 triple draw. The goal here is to make the lowest possible poker hand. My name's Nick. Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. Welcome. If you have any questions, Nick, feel free to let me know in the chat. Otherwise, just hang out for a bit and enjoy the game. We are playing a 7-game mix. Game's going to change every 8 hands or so whenever that button passes in front of the dealer. Currently playing Deuce to 7 triple draw. As is mentioned in the name of the game, you get 3 draws to try and make the lowest poker hand. You can tell how many draws they are on by looking at those burn cards. There's 2 of them down, so they are on the second draw. There's a bet and call. Both players are taking 1. Those cards can't be right. Jimmy Chips versus Nash. Jimmy showing a king. He had a 2, 5, 6, deuce 5, 6, 7, which is good. 10. 3, 4, 6, 8. So far, these players have decent hands that should be in their drawing. I know some of these players as no-limit hold'em players, not necessarily mixed games. So it's good to see. Good to see players in there with decent hands. You could draw 5, but better to fold. Yeah, that's true. You can draw 5. Typically, you only want to do that if, for some reason, you're in the big blind and it's limped to you. generally speaking. I'm so old I play 7 deuce triple drop. That's not old. I like that, though. I do have a dad joke on tap. It's coming up. Okay, so deuce, 6, 7. What you want in this game is you want the outsides. You want to make a sandwich. You want the 7 and the deuce in your hand, and then any card in the middle makes it juicy, preferably a wheel card. But deuce, 6, 7 is a great hand to take 2 cards with. 3, 4, 7 is pretty good, but you don't want the straight cards, but it is 3 to the wheel. And you almost got the sandwich. You almost got the outsides of the bun. Jordan Cutter says, let's play some mixed games when I get back. Jordan's going to come out and help us run this series that we do in the summer. I think Jordan's going to help run this $1 million guarantee that we're going to do. I think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, see, that's why 3, 4, 7 isn't quite as good as the other one. Then you get a 6. Now you got a straight draw. 5 is no bueno. Deuce is a good card. 5's a terrible card. 8's okay. You make a bad 8. But if you start with a sandwich, deuce, 6, 7, you get any low card in between there. You still got multiple cards you can catch to make a really good low. See how that works? Better to have deuce, 7, 8 than deuce, 6, 7. I love poker. It's like a language. The dealer is so precise with his dealing. It's like ballet almost. Yeah, Matt's really quick. Matt won dealer of the series for our last series. He's a very good dealer. Not seeing a lot of double padding. Yeah, pretty common for players to draw on all 3 streets. Especially in a game with some newer players. No straight option on the deuce, 7, 8. What's the straight option on the deuce, 6, 7? If you have a deuce, 6, 7, that's 3 cards. You would only play 2 of the 3, 4, or 5. Okay. No, I was trying to follow where you were going there. Yeah, that's fine. In case you can't see it, the DW said, I'm thinking the wrong game. The sandwich. You want the sandwich. Although deuce, 7, 8 isn't terrible either. But like deuce, 6, 7 or deuce, 3, 7, those are primo, like come in firing type of 3 card hands. Deuce, 7, 8 is, if you got position, maybe you could take a couple cards type of hand. I have like dozens of hands of deuce to 7. I am by no means an expert, but I have played a fair amount of this game, and I think it's fun. And I don't know if I could teach you to win at this game, but I could teach you to lose a little less. I could try anyway. We are playing a 10-20 7-game mix here at Prime Social, the premier poker social club here in Houston, Texas. We have daily tournaments every day at noon. We have a tournament. We've got the pre-summer series. It's coming up next week, Wednesday through Sunday. $300 buy-in, $100,000 guarantee. $100,000 guarantee. That starts on Wednesday. Check your local listings. That one's going to be a good tournament. We're going to have some fun there. So he doesn't want his high card. That's correct. In deuce to 7 triple draw, you don't want high cards. An ace counts as high in that game. High cards are bad. So, like, pictures are no good. Your goal is to make a 7, but making a 7 is tough. So, if you end up making an 8, it's decent. Sometimes if you end up making a 9 in certain spots, it's not horrible, but you want to end up with those type of hands. You don't want to start out going for a 9. You want to end up there. Okay, we are playing 7-card stud high. High only. We got one player that's anteing from the button. You get 2 cards down and 1 card up. You're going to end up with a total of 7 cards. You make the best 5-card hand. This is what is called third street when you have 3 cards. Once you get the next one, that is fourth street. I bet y'all can figure out what the next card is called. So every player can see that card that we see up top. The 2 cards on the bottom, those are the down cards. Those are the ones that they have hidden. The card that's up top is the card that everyone can see. We are, of course, using RFID technology, so we could see their down cards, but the other players can't. Fifth, you got it. Nick, my man. Okay, here we go. Now we have players going to 5th. The low card is the bring in. The low door is the bring in as the DW. The DWB pointed out. It's called the door card, that first up card. From 4th Street on through the remainder of the hand, the best hand that's showing acts first. So as we take a look at their up cards here, looks like Ace High is still the best hand, the Ace of Hearts. So Ray goes first. He still has a pair of 4s and a gut shot. I hope he knows he's playing stud high only. Jackson 7s for Sung, which is a good hand, and he has a possible straight. If he had a 10 down, it would be good. They both got their down cards, and look at that. Sung finds the 10. Ray is almost certainly playing the wrong game here. They're doing a little dance with their cards here for them to realize that Sung has the straight and is going to win the hand. Surprise, queen folded. Was there 2 queens out there? I didn't even see that. Yeah. Queen's folding is not standard. Must have been the possible straight. Sorry, I'll keep up, I promise. All right, so the lowest card is the bring in. It's going to be Nelly bringing in for 5. Jimmy sipping on his shot there. I got to figure out at what point I'm not paying for drinks anymore. Oh, look at this. Look, these are all the employees. Oh, they're all taking shots. That's all going on my tab. Yikes. Okay. I did well at a tournament out here. I told the staff that we would do a day where we had pizza and drinks. And so they are taking me up on that. Nice of them. All right, let's see. Nelly with a pair of deuces. Nash has 2 jacks. Sung has a jack in the hole, so he sees one of those jacks that Nash has. Might think it makes it harder for him to have one, or not, as he folds. Straight draw now for Nash. Pair of jacks, a 9 would make him a straight. There's also a straight draw for Nelly. Pair and a straight draw. And Nash makes his straight, which is enough for Nelly to fold. Making a straight is good, but it's not as hidden when you've got 4 of them in the spot where they could see your cards. If a pair on 4th Street, is it an option for double bet? Good question, Clive. That was the standard in stud for a long time. And earlier when I got a little quiet because I was responding, that was one of the questions they were asking is, can you double bet? No, you used to be able to double bet in stud. And TDA rule at the last summit got rid of that rule, the double bet on 4th if you have a paired up card. And I have carried it over into our cash games. But they do a double bet in one of these games. It is not. And here is the reason why. There is no sound poker reasoning why you should have an option to bet more in a fixed limit game based off of the strength of your hand. Sound went? You can't hear me anymore? Visible strength of the hand. Yeah, it was a rule that was put into place in the early days of stud. As we see Nash with aces here. Sung has an ace up. Pair of 5s for Nick. Trying to see what else we got here. Sounds like... Thank you, Nick. Okay, good. Wanda, thank you. Sounds like some youngin' made that ruling. Yeah, at the last TDA summit, I was very vocal on stud rules. I had a lot of strong opinions on stud, and there's not a whole lot of people that run stud tournaments anymore. At the time, I was running quite a bit of them. Still not running a whole lot of them, but I did have some very strong stances. Aces and 8s. Nash showing that he made 2 pair there. His aces got better. So anyway, there were some procedures that they had in stud, and that was one of them. It's been a long time rule that you can do a double bet in stud if you have a paired up card on 4th. I was never a fan of that rule. Fixed limit games should have a fixed limit. If you think you should be able to bet double on 4th, then why can't you bet triple on 5th if you have 3 of a kind up? Why should you be able to do one and not the other? Players wanted to be able to protect the strength of their hand when it was visible strength, which I get, but it's fixed limit. Sometimes you can't protect your hand with the bigger bet until you get to the bigger bet rounds. Do you still get a card if you fold without a bet? No. That's another one that we changed. There was a belief, not a belief, just like more acceptance of the concept of random card theory. Random card theory. There's no I was supposed to get. or I was entitled to this card, or anything like that. The reason they used to give, and the reason they're asking, keeps the deck order. That is correct. That is the reason why they had it. So if a player was gone, they still get dealt in, especially in a tournament where everyone has to ante and they have to get cards. If they were gone, there's no blind. So if you're the bring-in, you still have to be the bring-in. And then if there was no action, what they used to do is just keep giving that hand cards, because if somebody was here, there's no betting, so they would keep getting cards. So if you killed it, then people would say that it changed the order. But with the adoption of random card theory, everyone is entitled to a random card on every street of every game. The only thing we're trying to prevent is players not getting a random card, or knowing what's coming, or having some unfair advantage in some way. There is no need to keep a deck order, provided that the cards are random. So, the only thing we do now if someone is gone is you muck their 2 down cards right away, and then you muck their door card when it's their turn, so that all players have adequate time to see what that card is, because all players are entitled to see any of the up cards. That keeps it fair. Everybody has the same information, and you muck that card in the same time that it would be mucked if a player was there. But as soon as action is complete, then you can go ahead and muck that card, and you deal the rest the same way. Not to mention that a lot of times it was just dealers were making mistakes when there was just up cards for players that weren't there that they were supposed to deal to until there was action. It's just very easy to make a mistake. That also doesn't happen anymore. Sung's up cards look pretty good. 975 of diamonds. He's got a 9 for a pair of 9s. But look at Nick's hand here. Nick has 3 6s. He's got a pair up that everyone can see, and he's got one in his hand. There's aces. Aces and queens for Nelly, which is normally a very strong hand. But Nick has trips. I don't know if he's playing them slow or if he's worried about those 2 aces. One of his first cards was the ace, so it's very possible that he had a pair and made trips. But now Sung is betting because he has 4 diamonds. Oh, I didn't even see that. That's why. Nick, wow, that's a good fold by Nelly with 2 pair there. Sung trying to take it. Not a terrible shot there. When you have 4 diamonds up, you just got to have 1 with your 3 down cards to make a flush, which would have beat him. I would disagree on randomness. Chaos theory. When is the hand dead? First card out. Your hand is dead in a tournament when the last card hits the last seat. No more first card off the deck. Great stream. Thanks, B. Irwin. Oh, I almost said Berwin. B. Irwin. Thank you for watching. My man. 2 reasons for rules. A, cheating players. B, lazy, incompetent dealers. I disagree wholeheartedly. DMGMJ. What is this game? This game is 7-card stud high. We're playing a mixed game. This particular one is 7-card stud. The game that we are streaming right now is $10, $20 fixed limit mixed games. They have a list of the games scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can see what all they are playing. They are currently on the stud version. We've got a few games in the mix. You can check them out. Let me know if you have any questions about any of the games. I am happy to talk to you about them. I'm trying to keep the descriptions as long as people want, but as short as possible. That's if you are interested in these games and you want to know more, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to give general ideas and concepts about what we're playing with every single game. And then I'm going to go off on a tangent, and at some point, I am going to tell a dad joke. I got a good one in the chamber. I tell a dad joke at some point. It's how I tell who's still watching as we get to the dad jokes. When did TDA change to last card? So first card off the deck was really only a rule for 2 years. It was from 2015 to 2017? It's in the odd number years, but I think it was 2015 to 2017 we did first card off the deck. And I like some of the rules. There were some big players that had a big problem with it and made a big deal about it, and then we changed it back. So I think it was 2017 was the year that we changed it back to last card off the deck. Which first card was a good rule, kept things running smooth, but yeah, Clive might be right on that one. I don't know if it was lazy floor people, but definitely made my job easier running tournaments. I can tell you that much. I don't know how I feel about players on their phone. Makes it feel weird. Your commentating is fantastic. Adding poker history like you have was awesome. Hey, thank you, Nick. Appreciate having you on the stream. Appreciate you saying nice things. Part of the thing with players on the phone... Yeah, I get it. It doesn't look great, especially with recent happenings. The thing is, we have cameras that can figure out all the things that are on the phone in case anything nefarious happens, but I know that we have all of our equipment locked up in the back that has hole card information. Nobody has access to it, not even me or the people that work here. It gets locked up as soon as the stream starts. It is not a computer that is connected to any sort of Wi-Fi or wireless. It is hardwired, and we have a IT team that checks it out. I won't tell you how often, but it happens a lot. Still must be within 1 arm length from the chair. Yes, that is correct. Vegas J-Dub and B. Irwin in the chat. 2 of the best. Mixed games draw out some of the best. We had Mike Williams from a little known place called the Bellagio. Ever heard of it? He was in the chat. I saw Katie in the chat. Superstar. Justin is the GOAT at commentating. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words, y'all. Thanks for watching this mix game. If you want more of these, you got to let us know. Go to social media. Send an email. Click like. Subscribe. Let them know. If you like these mixed games and you want to see more of them, let us know. We will get more of them for you. As we see the Jack of Diamonds opening here, they call that a complete. Original bet is the bring in. The first one is the complete. Then you can raise. And then for the rest of it, it just goes from betting and raising. GOAT is now a stock term. Get out and travel. Okay, I'll take that one too. I will accept being called either form of GOAT. I love Hold'em. What's 1 arm length? Nick was asking in the chat. 1 arm length, as we see aces that are up. And everyone coming along. Nash. Looks like Nash made 2 pair. 1 arm length refers to how we decide if a player's hand is dead. They have to be able to reach out and grab their chair. That's the definition of being at your chair. So 1 arm length. Jimmy trying to get him to fold with the aces. Nash not going anywhere with his 2 pair. No, that's not what happened. It didn't read all the cards. It looks like Jimmy must have made a better 2 pair. The basic idea, don't leave your chair or your hand dies. If he dies, he dies. B. Irwin in the chat says, "You're the best around." Scooby-doo-doo-doo-doo. Other words come after the rest of that. Boski viewer? Does he sing that song? I've watched Boski before. Got it. Sitting a long time takes patience. Yeah, most of the time if you're playing a tournament, they have scheduled breaks. So you do have to sit for a long time. But if you have to get up, that's fine. Just be prepared to have a dead hand, that's all. And mental focus. Yeah, that's right. I only have one trivia question for tonight. Bring it. Clive. In case y'all see me responding to one person that you can't see, we're streaming on Facebook and at Twitch at the same time. Sometimes people comment on one platform and you can't see it, and I respond to them because I forget to mention that. But we've got Clive. He brings the WSOP trivia for us nightly as we switch games here. Looks like we're playing Badesi. We got to get that other angle and we'll be able to see it. But yeah, just be prepared to possibly lose your hand if you have to get up. Or just stand up and stay close to your seat. Then you won't lose your hand. Are there tricks to sitting for a long time for tournaments? Badesi is what we're playing. Badesi. Okay, we'll get into that for a second. Yeah, there's lots of tricks for sitting long time at the tournament. You can listen to music. You can engage in conversation. I know it's not mentioned much, but yeah, you can engage in conversation. Badesi. This is like Badusi, except now straights and flushes don't count against you and aces are low. Otherwise, it's the same game. So an ace deuce 4-6. That's a pretty good hand. Looks like you just switched aces, but the AC, the CY, ACY, CEY. That means it's a Badoogie, or the yeah, I said the wrong one. BAD. Bad means bad doogie. Badoogie. 2-3-5-6. Badoogie. See that? Badoogie. There's a 9 Badoogie over there. We're waiting for Sung to Alright, there was either a misread there or... Oh. 2 hearts. Sung had 2 hearts in his hand. I thought one of those was a diamond. Okay. What caused the 1 player per hand be waived in 1 year of the WSOP? Clive? Okay, Clive's question is, what caused the 1 player per hand to be waived in 1 year of the WSOP? I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to let the chat have a chance. Not only that, Clive, but I dealt to those individuals the year that they waived the 1 player per hand rule. What do you think about that? What caused the 1 player per hand rule to be waived? All right, Clive, we had 2 people that said it. The 1 player per hand rule was waived because there was a blind player. So they let somebody look at his cards, whisper them in his ear, and then read the board to him. Was not allowed to tell him how to play his hand. Was only allowed to deliver information. But I dealt to him that year. I think it was 2008. Robert Franklin says he had someone over his shoulder to tell him his hand. That's correct. We did it. Okay. Clive did his. He comes in and he lets us know the WSOP trivia. That's his job. Mine, let's see, I have my own trivia, but it's in the form of dad jokes. Yeah, I did. I dealt to him. Look it up. It's probably on camera somewhere. As they dance around. Okay. So Nick has 3 4s in his hand. Looks like he might be snowing. I think there's probably a graphics read there. Is Badusi deuce to 7 and Badoogie? Yes, that is correct. Badasi is ace to 5. This one is Badasi. See how they have a A? Badasi. So it's ace to 5 and Badoogie. Yeah, I used to live in Vegas and I dealt the World Series many times while I was out there. It's good. Good summer job for a while for a young, up-and-coming Justin Hammer. That's me, by the way. Justin Hammer. I do your commentary. I bring the dad jokes. Okay. Oh, speaking of, here it comes. Follow me on Twitter, the Justin Hammer. Follow me on Instagram if you want to see me never post. Also at the Justin Hammer. All right, here we go. Why? Here's my trivia question, Clive. See if you can figure out this one. Why is a koala bear not technically a bear? We're playing a cash game right now, 10-20 limit. The question is, why is a koala bear not technically a bear? Why is a koala bear not technically a bear? Twitter feed. Yeah, Twitter. You can follow me at the Justin Hammer. You can follow us at Prime Social TX. Prime Social TX. We'll give you updates on when we're going live. Because it doesn't eat honey. I like that. Because it has thumbs. I'm only good at granddad jokes. Shannon with a win. Shannon Christensen. Yeah, we had some guesses because it's a marsupial. Incorrect. Because it has thumbs. Incorrect. Because it doesn't eat honey. Incorrect. The correct answer is because it does not have all of the qualifications. Qualifications, get it? Qualifications. All right, Shannon. Shannon Christensen. You come in and mention my name. I'll get you an hour of free time on me. You can punchline my dad jokes before me. Clive says, panda-ing to the lowest form of humor. Well played. Panda Ring. What is the hourly seat rental? Excellent question. $12 an hour for your seat. But if you're playing PLO, we got free till 3 every day. And then it goes to $6 after that. If you knew Shannon, you would understand how he knew it. Seat rental, yeah. Nick in Texas. We don't take anything out of the pot for these cash games. There's no rake. Players pay time. Seat rental. They rent their seat in order to play poker. So all the money that they're playing with, that's theirs. We don't take any out of the pot. They rent their seat and they play against each other with their own money. Call it a seat rental. Pay hourly. You can put the time on your card. Then we take it off as you play. So when you're playing No Limit Hold'em, it's $12 an hour. This game, $12 an hour. Better than any rake that you'll pay in Vegas. I'm in Massachusetts. Well, next time you come to Texas, you're going to be fully prepared. They said it was $12 an hour, but if my face was on camera, it was double. Seat rental, also called time charge. That's correct. Okay, let's see. Nash has 4, 5, 6, 7. He's drawing 2. I imagine he's pitching the 6 and the 7. 7's not spectacular. And Badesi also gives him 2 pulls at finding a low club. Nick has also a 4, 5, 6, 7. But he bets it and he wins. Does that happen at all casinos? Are you asking if the seat rental happens at all casinos? That's pretty specific to Texas. The seat rental. Most places that run poker games, they take a rake, they take money out of the pot. I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure that it... Oh, they need a ruling. Stand by. Stand by. Okay, sorry. Sometimes you gotta go do your job. Stinks. I like to come to work and just do commentary, hang out with all y'all. They needed a ruling. We'll see it in a half hour. You want to see the ruling? Stick around. We'll see it in a half hour. Yeah, that's true. The DW says often high limit games are time charge. When you're playing a high limit game, you usually have bigger denomination
new follower.
chips. It's like if you're playing with $5 chips or $25 chips and you're taking, what would equate to $5 out of the pot. Instead of breaking down a chip every hand, they just pay every time a dealer sits down or every half hour, depending on the place. So time rake is pretty standard in the high limit games. That's right. Is this limit mix, says Tone Win. Yes, 10-20 limit. 7-game mix, that's what we're playing. Yep, that is correct. Nick, the DWB is giving you good information. I don't know why they're putting it in big blinds. Usually you refer to limit games as big bets, not big blinds, but we kind of have that as a standard setting for the no limit games. That's more of a tournament thing. Needing to know big blinds at all is a tournament thing. In limit games, you usually refer to people's stack as big bets. Generally speaking. I want to come to Houston to lose money and learn lessons. Laugh out loud. Now I got my shot so I can travel. Good for you. You're not required to lose money. And if you want to come and you want to play some of these mixed games, hang out with me here for a few more times. Let's learn more about them together. And then as we see a 4-card draw there, this is why I think that went 4-3-3. That's what I was saying earlier. Typically in this game, you deal 6-handed. The 2 players under the gun sit out, and then one of them can straddle in if they want to. And the reason they do that is because with the increased action, with someone putting in money blind, it usually limits the number of players. Like if someone's going to go 2 bets, then maybe they don't want to go 3, or someone that would just call early folds because it's 2 bets now. That's the theory. But when you're with some newer players who haven't played these games a lot, especially ones like this that love action, the whole straddling in to limit the number of players philosophy doesn't necessarily check out. Is this a regular Tuesday game? It's not yet. It could be soon. Ace 4, 5, 6, 7. 76. Jimmy Chips has got a not great Ace to 5 hand and a not spectacular Badoogie hand. He's only got a 3-card Badoogie. Is Nash still in? Nash has... Some of his cards aren't reading. Probably because he's holding them 3 feet off the table. No, sometimes some of these cards just don't read. Nash is showing Ace, Deuce, 4, 5. 3 card 5. 76. We'll get there. It's a chop pot. There's an Ace 4, 5, 3 card and a Ace Deuce 5. So again, the lowest card. They both have a 5, so that's tie. Then you go to the next card. Whatever's the lowest for the next card. 4 for Jimmy. Deuce for Nash. So Nash was in the hand. Neither of them have a Badoogie. They both have a 3 card, so you go the best 3 cards. 5 Deuce is better than 5 4. So 5 Deuce wins. Unlimited raises when hand starts heads up. Yes. No
A
cap
new
on
follower.
raises. Hello, we got a follower. William in Texas. Thanks for the follow. If you are in Texas, you should come down to Houston, Texas, 7801 Westheimer. Prime Social. We got some hot tournaments on the horizon. Check us out at primesocialtx.com. Prime Social has some of the best tournament coverage in all of poker, but especially in the Houston area. Our tournaments have updates on players' chip counts in our series on every break for every player. That's how we do it here at Prime Social. I'm in the Austin area, and I've been to Prime. Awesome. I have been to Austin. Beautiful city. Do you regularly stream mixed games, and how do I get on? Great question. This is the first cash mixed game that we've streamed like this. As you see, our producer Josh there is trying to get the graphics for these new games. We haven't streamed these games with the live stream yet, so we're doing it for the first time tonight. We do have mixed game tournaments, so we like to practice. We want to have it ready. If we do one of these for one of the tournaments that we're having with our summer series, we want to be able to do it as nice as possible. But yeah, we're going to start streaming these regularly if we can get enough interest for them, which I think we can. Mixed game players, they like to go where there's mixed games. I'm a mixed game player. I like to do that. And the way you get on, or if you want to know if there's a game coming, two things you could do. You could check Poker Atlas. We'll have that information on the app. We call it a live stream game. This one's been on there for the last few days. Or you can email our live stream host, Serena. Sirina, Serena, at primesocialtx.com. Remember, anything internet related, primesocialtx. On Twitter and Instagram, primesocialtx. Follow us on Facebook at Prime Social. When you're emailing anybody here, it's usually their name at primesocialtx. So Serena, that's our live stream host, Sirina at primesocialtx.com. Send her your name and email and let her know what kind of game you're interested in, and she'll reach out to you when it's time to get that game going. Are you on Bravo Poker Live? No. Most places in Texas use Poker Atlas. You can see their logo there right on the table, Poker Atlas. They have great poker room software, in my opinion. Works better than Bravo. You should do a highlight show of the streams. I downloaded Atlas. Awesome. It's a good way to see what we got going on. If you're in the area and you want to get on a list, you have to be within 50 miles. So if you're in Austin, you can't get on the list from there unless you email Serena, and we're putting a list together a couple days before the tournament. Then you can email her and she'll get you on the list. You can do it that way. But if you are here and you want to play 50 miles away, you download the Poker Atlas app. You put your name on that list. You can do it right through the app. Just check in when you get here so that we know that you're here. You just got to say, hey, I'm on the list and I'm here. And we take care of the rest. And you're good to go. I will let producer Josh know that you said he's doing great. Nick, thanks for giving him a shout out. He works hard. He does a good job. Yeah, we don't normally need to record hands or anything like that. We have those boxes so that the RFID readers can pick up the cards. That's so that the computer can read the hands, sends it to the computer. It's an RFID reader under those little boxes that you could see there. That picks up the little chip that's in the card, gives the whole card information to the computer that is locked up. After 30 minutes, it live streams it for us onto Twitch so that you all and me can watch it and talk about it together. But it doesn't affect any of the action because it happened 30 minutes ago. That's true. B. Irwin says, would have thought it would be 55 miles. I did work with Poker Atlas to get that number extended to 55 miles, but they just haven't done it yet. In the master class, the guy said, study your past hands. We're playing Omaha High right now. Thanks for letting me comment. Post, as usual, into the fourth quarter in the market tomorrow night. All right, Clive, go get to bed. I need to wake up to some good stock advice. So Clive is going to go to bed. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Thank you for the World Series of Poker Trivia. As always, happy to have you here. 55. Yeah, there are players that study their hands. Sure. If you play on this live stream, you don't even have to write it down. You can just go back and watch the replay on Twitch. It would be helpful if the graphics include the current game. You never know what 5 cards should look like otherwise. You never know what the 5 cards should look like otherwise. Yeah. Like I said, this is our first time doing this. There might be a way for us to show what game is on the graphics. A not graphic way of doing it. They do have the game at the top middle of your screen right there as kind of a makeshift way of figuring out what game you're on for now. We're going to work on getting the graphics on there because you're right. You should be able to tell what game you're on by looking at the same graphics that show the cards. We'll definitely be working on that. Currently playing Omaha High. Omaha High, you get 4 cards. You have to play 2 of them from your hand, and you have to play 3 of them from the board. I've seen other show list the games you're off to great. Yeah, I've seen it too. I think you're right that there's got to be some way for us to be able to do it. We'll get there. By the time we live stream these final tables in the next series, we're going to have mixed game. Mixed game. Perfection. Nanette. Jumping in the stream. Good to see you. Nanette is Prime Social superstar. She gets everything done around here. Anything you see get done around here, Nanette's probably responsible for it somewhere. Anything you see that you don't like, it's probably my fault. Generally speaking. Nanette is the queen of poker. That's what Dirty John says. Could not agree more. Nanette is the queen of poker. Hip Hop Hooray Nanette. Let's keep it friendly in the chat. We're here to talk poker, have a little fun. Should be a way to change the color of the game you're playing to yellow on the ticker at the bottom. That's a good idea. I know the ticker, we just type it in. We type it in on our own at the start as we see a flush. Again, remember you have to play 2 cards out of your hand and 3 on the board in this game. Sung with the 9-5 of diamonds, 3 on the board. That equals 5 diamonds, aka a flush. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Shannon. We'll see. I like these suggestions. Keep them coming. Jimmy Chips. Alexander Davis, welcome to the chat. I see you. All right, we got a 10-4-5 board, 2 spades. I see Alana in the background. Looks like she's trying to get in. 2 jacks and a flush draw. Puts Nelly pretty far ahead. There's an open-ender. Flush gets there. Nelly shows the spades. Those are good. Nick, you didn't mess up anything. You're welcome back here anytime. Come hang out. Come ask questions. I told you to do it. There's no problem with that. Appreciate all y'all that hang out and talk in the chat. Makes my job a little easier. Happy to have you. Nash with a pair of aces and the flush draw. Some mystery hands going into the muck. Three aces. Looks like they both had 3 aces. Mike had the better kicker, wins the pot. Once again, we're playing 10-20 mixed games. This is a cash game. Everyone's playing with their own money, or with real money. They could have borrowed it from their grandma. I don't know. But they're playing with real money. 10-20 limit. mixed game. You see the list of games scrolling at the bottom there. We're currently playing Omaha High. High only. Omaha, you get 4 cards. You have to play 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. They're drinking, having a good time. We take a look at chip counts there. Ray and Nick have 1,500. Nash is at 1,200. Those numbers look pretty close. We put them in at the beginning, and then some things happen that change it up a little bit, but it's generally pretty close. It's another one that just gets better as time goes on. Once again, if you'd like to get on the list for this or any of our live stream cash games, we got a great 5-10 no limit game that happens on Friday nights. You should check it out. If you would like to play in it, email Serena. Serena at primesocialtx.com. Sirina, Serena. She played on the live stream game last week. But she gets these games together. We do 1-3 no limit games. If mixed games aren't your cup of tea, 5-10 no limit hold'em games. If you like to play a little bigger. And we got some 1-3 pot limit Omaha on tap. Pair of queens versus pair of jacks. Looked like Nash wanted a little confirmation that he didn't have the best hand. That story checks out. Story checks out. I wonder how accurate that VPIP is. I don't know. Some of these they're very much no limit hold'em features that we're trying to use on a mixed game. I don't know, VPIP. If you got a 70-something% VPIP in a mixed game, that just means you love mixed games. You want to play. I know some people that probably have 100% VPIP. Why fold? How often do you get to play mixed games? That dealer has an excellent pitch, says B. Irwin. I have it on high authority that B. Irwin, or Berwin, has one of the best pitches? Pitches high. Pitches. He has one of the best pitches in poker. Ben Irwin once cut a pineapple in half from 50 yards away off of the head of a monkey that was walking back and forth without hurting the monkey at all. It was pretty amazing. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't have believed it. I've sat in games that routinely see 5 to 6 players take the flop 4th street. Yeah. Oh, that's a good turn card for Sung. Mike had still has 2 aces and a 10, the old 10 blocker, which makes straights harder to have because he has one in his hand. Sung turned 3 queens and bets. The double table tap, that's the universal sign of you win, I concede. You showed me 2 cards that are better than the 2 that I have available to show in this spot. Bad turn card for Mike's hand. Good turn card for Sung's hand. Again, that story checks out. Nick315 says, is this Prime Social? This is Prime Social. We are located in Houston, Texas, 7801 Westheimer Road. The best social club in Houston. If you're ever here, you should check it out. Mention my name, and I will have someone else buy you a cocktail. I have been buying drinks for the staff all night long. I don't know what my bill is at, but I feel like it's going to be a lot. I went deep in a tournament not too long ago, and I promised the staff that I would take care of a few rounds. But I didn't say a few. I just said I would buy drinks. And so they are taking full advantage. I don't know what it's at. Luckily, the prices at Prime Social are so reasonable that it's probably not even that much. There. Okay, Dirty says he'll buy the drink. Dirty, if you come in and you mention my name, Dirty John will buy you a drink. There you go. Come on down to Prime Social. Me and Dirty will take turns buying you drinks. B. Irwin says, I remember you doing a spinning back kick and slicing a grapefruit in half. It was actually an orange, but yeah. It was... The only problem is I forgot to stretch that day, so I pulled a hammy, and the next day, when I went for the grapefruit, I couldn't even kick it into fourths. It was rough. That was off of the head of former MMA legend Cole Escovedo, who is normally doing the kicking, but that particular day, he was providing the head of which to kick an orange. MMA legend. You ever want to run a tournament with somebody that has your back? That's the dude. Cole. That dude. One of only 3 fighters to get a submission with a flying triangle. I saw a video of it. Oh, look, that's me. We can't hear the commentary, but we're playing Badoogie. Playing Badoogie, and there was an exposed card. Exposed card. So in the past, what they would do is try and keep all the cards right. We were talking about this earlier, actually. There's random card theory. So there was a card that was exposed. They called me over to make the ruling. Talking to Alana there for a little bit. She told me that I shouldn't take my hat off when I go over there to make rulings. I thought I was going to be on camera, but I don't think I was. So we're playing Badoogie. Badoogs. The Doogie. Ba 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 Badoogie. Goal in this game is to make 4 different suits. Since none of these players have all 4 different suits. And remember, pairs count against you. So if you have the same card with 2 different suits, which is the only way you can have the same card, then you can only count one of them, one of the suits. So it's a triple draw game. We've seen this as part of a split pot variation. So Badacey and Badoosie, those have Badoogie elements, but it's a split pot game between Badoogie and Deuce to 7 or Badoogie and Ace to 5. This is just Badoogie. So they'll get 4 cards. They'll get 3 draws. Their goal is to make the lowest 4 cards that are 4 different suits. If you can't make 4 different suits, then the best 3-card hand wins. And if you can't make a 3-card hand, the best 2-card hand wins. And here we go. I can break this down one more time. If nobody has a 4, 3, or a 2-card Badoogie, then the best card, the best 1 card would win. If you do 3 draws, then 2 people have 4 of the same suit. That's a tough day. That's probably time to call it a day. Ace to 4 or deuce to 5? This is ace to 4. Whenever Badoogie's by itself, typically that means the ace is low. The only time ace is high in Badoogie is when you're playing it as part of Badoosie. And the reason they do that is to make it possible to make nut-nut. If ace was low for Badoogie but high for the game, then you couldn't make nut-nut. You can only make one or the other. If the ace counts as high for both, then you can make a 2, 3, 4, 5 Badoogie, and a 7 would make you the best hand on both sides. Yes, William in Texas makes an excellent point. If you have people get to showdown with a 1 card, you are in a great game. That is generally more likely to happen in a Badoosie game. No, I take that back. It's not. That's not likely to happen in any game. Nope. There's never any reason to have a 1 card. But if it was going to happen, like you got to have ace 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's just all the same suit, and you don't want to break because you got a wheel. So you just take it and go for half and concede the other half or try and get them to fold. I mean, that's... Yeah. Steel Wheel and Badoosie would be a 1 card. I said it typically is going to happen in that game. Like, that's something that happens a lot. Like, if it was going to happen, that's the situation. But I don't think typically is the right word. True. Keep it multi-way to build half the pot. If you have a Steel Wheel in Badoosie, that is correct. Okay, so next week, the pre-summer series. Summer series is coming summer. Pre-summer series coming pre-that. We're going to have free rolls to get into that tournament Monday and Tuesday. To win your seat, 2 seats are guaranteed. Free to get in. Free entry. There's $10 rebuys. So you can get more chips. There's always going to be a dealer add-on for those free rolls. I'm not going to lie. I like making things free, but we need to make sure that the staff is taken care of. You check that out on Poker Atlas. We were talking about it earlier. Check it out on Poker Atlas. The free rolls and the tournament. Pre-summer series, $300 buy-in, 100,000 guarantee. That's coming to you next week, a week from tomorrow. Actually. $300 buy-in, $100,000 guarantee. During that series, we're going to release the schedule for the summer series. That's why it's the pre-summer series. Because it's right before the summer series. Some say you should call it a spring series. I don't know about all that. But it's coming. Check out Poker Atlas for that information. And then once it's going, check out what I was talking about. Saw some people saying not good things about Poker Atlas, but watch our live updates during a series, specifically at Prime Social. I've heard rumors that others are going to try it, but I've never seen it yet. Prime Social has the most updated, accurate chip count information available on their website during the series. More accurate than any card room, dare I say, in history. Okay, let's see what's happening here. We better talk about... Oh, look. Oh, it says how many they're drawing there. Oh, we're getting better. Deuce 3-5. That's a really good 3 card. I don't know, really. It's a good 3 card. Deuce 3-5. Jimmy's drawing. Trying to squeeze out a spade. Ace spades would be good. 4 spades would be good. 6, 7, 8. Can't see Nelly's hand. Nash. We are on the second draw. Nash is still drawing 2. Nelly drawing 2. Jimmy drawing 1. See, Nash has 4 different suits, as you can see, but there are 2 3s in his hand, so he does not have a Badoogie. No Badoogie. Jimmy makes a Badoogie. It's a Jack Badoogie. Jimmy taking a long time here. Oh, Nash. Nash made... Wow. Couldn't have folded if I was Jimmy. Nash made a 6 Badoogie. That's really good. That is really good. I'd like to thank everybody for watching us here on this Tuesday evening, doing some 1020 mixed games here at Prime Social in Houston, Texas. We're happy to have you here with us.
Ace to 5.
Good laydown by Jimmy on that last hand. It's when you draw to a Badoogie and you make one, it's pretty tough to lay it down to 1 bet. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Tough to do. We're gonna keep this stream going till about midnight. Jimmy makes another Badoogie. Queen high this time. Good enough for the win. It sounds pretty loud out there. They're having a good time. I don't know if everybody can hear that. They're having a good time. Mixed games are fun. She says he thinks that we should lower the camera to see their faces because there's a lot of handsome players. Lots of handsome players. No lies were told. Look at that. There you go, Chi. Check that out. I think what happens is when we do these mixed games is we see deuce 3, 4, 5 for Mike. He's going to draw 2. Ace 3, 4, 3 card for Jimmy. Jimmy's getting some good hands in this Badoogie round. Ace, deuce. It said Nash drew 3. I hope that meant 2. And all black cards for Nelly. Familiar, yeah. I think what happens is these mixed games. We're doing a shuffle. We're doing a shuffle in Badoogie. That is not standard procedure. In the no limit games, we have the cameras trained to change depending on whose action it's on. But in these mixed games, it's a combination of Josh manually inputting the action for the players, and it doesn't. The betting action moves a lot quicker. That's my guess. I don't know. We gotta check that out. But when it goes to these angles, look, we could see all those handsome faces. Deuce 3, 5. Jimmy has an ace 3, 4, 3 card. And that's going to do it. That's the thing about Badoogie. That's why you want to start with 3 low cards, not just 3 of different suit. Because a lot of times nobody makes a Badoogie. And then when you do, or when nobody makes it, including you, then you win. Sure enough, announced on Facebook. If you don't follow our Insta or our Facebook, like us on Facebook, Prime Social TX on everything else. We just announced $100,000 guarantee tournament that's going to run next week. I'm looking at it right now. I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be, but I got a little ding, like Prime Social just announced something awesome going. $100,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in. Pre-summer little mini-series going on. That looks like a lot of fun. At Prime Social. Check us out on Facebook. Or follow Dirty John. Chin Win. It's a good person to follow if you want to just see what's going on in his daily life. The other day, I saw a live stream while Dirty was eating lunch. So if you want to see what it's like when Dirty eats lunch, it looked good. Not going to lie. You come in and you mention me or Dirty, one of us will buy you a drink. If you mention me, Dirty will buy you a drink. If you mention Dirty, I'll buy you a drink. If I have any money left, I got to go to the bar and see what my tab is at. It's probably, I don't know, a gazillion dollars by now. Just wait. When we do this summer series, we're bringing back your favorites. We're bringing back DJ. It's his birthday today. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, DJ. He's not even here. We'll just tell him anyway. If you're friends with DJ on any social, reach out to him and tell him happy birthday today. I'm not sure how old he is because he seems to age backwards, but he's probably, I don't know, 27, something like that. 77 VPIP seems a bit high. Depends on what you mean by high. If you want to play as many mixed games as you can hands in the time that you're here, then 77's a bit low because you should be playing 100% of the hands. How about that? She says, DJ is the man. Happy birthday, brother. DJ is the man. All right, Chi, I sent that to him. The old Jack 9. Jack 986. Oh, we got some Raz. Raz is a 7-star. It's been long. All right, hold on. Rewind. Raz is a 7-card stud variant. You are just trying to make the lowest 5 cards. Straights and flushes do not count against you. Just trying to see what they're doing there. Just the lowest cards. They're basically all numbers. Suits, straights, they don't matter. You can make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the best possible hand. They could be all the same suit if you want. So like this Deuce 3, 8. That's good. Ace, Deuce, 8. These are some good starting hands. 3 cards, 8 or lower is a general strategy. Bring in is the high card, yes. And Raz, the bring in is the high card, and then on every other street, the best or lowest hand acts first. Something to know, if you want to... 10. It might be worth it to draw to beat the 10. That's what Mike's considering right now. And he's going to bet dark. Bet dark is not totally advised there. He's got the best hand, but he can... What was his last card? Never saw his last card. I guess it's fine. Just saying, beat me if you dare. But the best hand acts first for the rest of the betting rounds. Ray's got 1,700 in front of him. Okay. I want to keep everyone excited, enthralled with what's coming up. I heard a loud noise a while ago. I got a text from somebody saying, just wait for what's coming. And now someone is saying that it's going to be the craziest hand in Raz history. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Mike with a really good hand here. Ace-6-4. He sees an ace up. Hits an ace. That's not a good card for his hand because it pairs him, but it looks good. And a lot of what happens in Raz is what your hand looks like. So Ace-6-4. Did he pair the 6? No, he paired the 4. So it's a really bad hand, but it's a really good hand to bet because it looks good. So even though he's got 2 pair, his hand looks good. Chris makes a 9. No, he makes an 8. So Mike is going to get kind of stuck here in a spot where, yeah, if he bets. And Mike tries to share his hand with Nash. Nash doesn't want to look at it. And we move on to the next one. Shout out to Chris, Ray, and Sung. That's what she said. That's the 1, 2, and 4 seats. Those are 3 players that have all been in the booth at some point, doing some commentary. King. Look at that emphatic finger from Matt. King. That's the bring in, the high card. Nelly is going to complete with a 3. 9, 10 going into the muck. Helps to pay attention to the up cards in this game. Ace-3, 8. That's a solid hand. Jimmy gets out. Mike. It seems to happen a lot when you're playing Raz. Mike has a good 10-Jack Queen. That's a good hand for stud. Not a good hand for Raz. Deuce 7-8 for Sung. That's playable. 3-6-9 for Ray. Oh, 6-7-9. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Pair of kings. Nelly's hand's getting worse. Ray pair. That's one where every player misses, but Ray says I was probably ahead on 4th, so when we all miss, I'm still ahead on 5th, and he gets called. I can't see Ray's card. Ray makes a 3, which looks like a good card, but it really wasn't because it paired him. Looks like he showed it. But that's the thing with stud is you have to be aware of the information that your opponents have. that is just as important as the information that you have. So even though the 3 was a bad card, just like with Mike's hand earlier, I think if Chris had had a different board run out, Mike had a really good board to bet, even though he didn't have a really good hand. He was just caught in a situation where Chris was probably calling. Chris made a good hand, so he wasn't going anywhere. Yikes. Bring in with the 9. Pretty tough to have 8 hands and 9 be the bring in. Alana patiently waiting to try and get in this game. See Lauren back there. Lauren is part of the we have a Prime Social NCAA bracket. Lauren and I are neck and neck. We both picked Baylor to win it all. I think we could tie. There's a waiting list? Yes, we have a short list. That is correct. Jimmy bets the queen. I think he saw a missed. Looks like Ray hit another pair. Jimmy bets it and wins the pot. In regular stud games, once you see the deuce of clubs, you could just throw your money out there. You know, Jimmy is raising a king. I think he's playing the wrong game. I could be wrong. Mike's gonna go ahead and make the obvious decision to raise with a deuce. We see some good cards. Oh, Jimmy had a king 5 deuce. Mike said, I 100% have you beat, so I'm in. Ray with the best hand, 3-7-8. He's coming along. Sung was gone, so didn't read his cards. Let's see. Ray pairs. Jimmy improves. 3, 6, 7, 9. Okay. Now Mike pairs. Jimmy might be onto something here. Let's need these graphics to catch up. We need producer Josh's help. Ace 9. He started with 5 deuce, so Jimmy's got a good draw to a 9. Mike paired. Okay, now there's a pair. They both pair. They seem pretty. Okay. Ray makes 2 pair, but yeah, he still had way the best draw. Okay. That's a fun hand. Generally in Raz, you don't want to open with a king up from second position. But I mean, there were 2 kings out, so the chances of him pairing his king were very slim. So in that regard, Jimmy, it was a good play. You didn't have king blockers. Let's see. 2 deuces. Nick with the queen up was the bring-in. Okay, everything's catching up now. Deuce 6-8 for Nash. Ace Deuce 5 for Nelly. Sung with a 9-8-3. 6. Looks like they all have face cards. King 9-6. Pair of queens. That is not bueno. Nelly started with such a good hand. It's reading as Deuce 4. Ace Deuce 4-5. I think Nelly started with. So lots of outs, especially with 6-7-9 showing. Maiden 9. Nelly's looking. 9 is good. Yeah, sometimes in Raz you start out with really good cards. Like you start with 4 to a wheel and it feels like, how could this possibly go wrong? And then you just brick. And you call because it looks like you bricked, but maybe they think you bricked worse, or maybe they bricked too and you just get it in there. It didn't register his last card, so I don't know exactly what he called with, but 9 was good. Maybe a 10 or a jack called with. That's right. The DWB says Ace Deuce 3-4, banana. An ace in the muck, a deuce in the muck. Nelly completes with the ace 5-6. That's a very playable hand. Chris with the 5-7-8. That's also playable. We've got lots of playable hands here. Some of them, okay. Banana. Looks like it went king, queen. Nash defended with the 10. 8-4-10. I feel like there was some much more playable hands that went in the muck there. Okay, Ray has a ace 5-7, so he missed earlier. He got there. Got a good card, so he has a good draw to a 7. Nelly still basically playing the 3 cards he started with. Again, that's frustrating. Ray pairs. Okay, so there's a made queen with a draw to a jack. There's a made jack with a draw to an 8. And Ray has a made king with a draw to a 7. And let's see what Nash got. Right now it's showing Nelly is the best hand with the jack. Nash would need like a 9-7-6-5 deuce ace. He's got outs for this one. To make a better, a 10 would be good. I think Ray bet. I wonder if it misread Ray's hand. Ray calls. I thought it showed that Ray paired. That can't be right. Oh, yeah. Is he throwing his cards in the muck? Okay, there's a 3-bet with a queen, and Nash shows... I'm so confused. Nash shows... a jack. Okay, so Nash didn't improve on 7th. That looked 3 bets. That looked like 3 bets. with the... Like, I know this is the hand that they were waiting for me to commentate on, and I don't know what to say. So... I think that Nelly knew that... Now, I don't even know. I don't even know what happened. Deuce down for Ray. Yeah, Ray paired. But it looked like Ray had 2 bets out in front of him. Looked like he was trying to make someone fold that was willing to 3-bet with a better jack. Ill-advised. I need to go back and watch the hand again. I resigned from my commentating post. That was a strange Raz hand. Not gonna lie. That was strange. The cards ran out weird. They were all paying more attention than me. Poor Mike having a rough go of it. Okay, these look like some much more normal looking Raz hands. 3-4-8, deuce 6-7. Okay, Sung with the draw to the 9, made queen. 2 pair for Nelly, ace deuce 6-7 though. So lots of outs. If they both hit. Okay, Sung makes a 9. Sung has a 9, so Nelly would need a 8, 5, 4, 3. Those all look like they paired. Nelly, Sung's gonna win with a 9. Looked like he hit an ace. Was it? I think he was playing a pair. Okay, Raz. I need to... We're working on this so that we know how to... Yeah, 3 pair. So that we learn how to... show these during our cash game or during our tournament final tables. We're doing the live streams now so that we get some of these bugs out. I think the biggest bug we have to get out is me knowing how to commentate on Raz. If we do a horse final table, I mean, I'm almost just better looking at the up cards and guessing. So here's something that happens sometimes, even with the absolute best dealers. You deal stud, you get used to starting in the 1 seat no matter what. You kind of ignore the button. And then you pull the button back out and you just go straight to the 1 seat again. Now we're going back to where it goes. So there are 2 blinds. We are playing ace to 5. Triple draw. It's the same version of the game we've been playing. It's triple draw variant. Deuce to 7 is the one where straights and flushes count against you. You're trying to make the worst hand. This one, you're just trying to make the lowest hand. So the only thing that matters is the pips, basically. So straights and flushes don't count against you, is what I'm trying to say. 2 players with 3 to the wheel right off the bat. Ace 3, 5. If you're going to have cards you're going to pitch, it's nice to have some of those wheel cards. Because remember, if they're in your hand, they aren't in someone else's. Although in this case, Jimmy has 2 3s and Mike also has a 3 in his hand. Nick has 2 aces. He drew to a pretty rough 7. And there's a, let's see, you got a 7. You're up against 2 players. Let's see if he just sticks with it. Rolls with it. Ooh, look at that. Ace, deuce, 3, 5, 5 for Jimmy. 4 to the wheel, and an extra 5 in his hand. Drawing 1. I think Nick, Pat, and Bet in the dark. Pat, 1. Jimmy would need a 4 to make the absolute nuts. Yeah, good check there. Oh, Jimmy. Made a 6. 65. That's a number 3. There are 2 hands that could have beat him, but number 3, generally pretty good. Nick put himself in a pretty good position to win there. Smart to slow down, check call. Maybe even check fold if you don't think he's betting any worse than that. Nick should Pat. Yeah, you're right. Does Prime Social have any deals with nearby hotels? Yeah, depending. Courtyard Marriott, I believe we're going to have a deal with for the next series. More information coming out soon. Yeah, it was a well-played hand by Nick. He just didn't win. I'm familiar with the concept. I mean, the concept of not winning, not playing a hand well. All right, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Jimmy Chips. 2, 5, 6, 7 for Chris. Ace Deuce 3, 7. Sung's got to draw at a smooth 7. I'd like to thank y'all for joining us on this stream. For everyone that has stuck with us for this mixed game live stream, it is an experiment. We are working out a lot of kinks, trying to see if this is something worth doing in the future. We appreciate everyone that stuck with us throughout the stream. Alana says she's getting in there like swimwear. I missed that earlier. Ace, Deuce, 3, 4, 7. That's a 7. Smooth. Smooth like butter. That's the type of 7 that beats all the other 7s. The 7 from heaven. Seats don't come open on mixed games. That's kind of true. Sung hurt his wrist stacking all of his chips. That's funny. I don't know what happened to Sung's wrist. But yeah, you're probably right. It was stacking chips. Sung is a chip stacker, for sure. He stacks chips. Again, we are playing here at Prime Social in Houston, Texas. Just announced on our social, new 100,000 Guarantee pre-summer series mini little event. Ace, deuce, 3, 5, 6. That's a number 3. Pretty good hand. Pretty good hand. And the rays get rare. How much to get bumped to the top of the waiting list? No amount. Puffery fish, but send me a DM. I'll give you a number. Kidding. 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 Might be able to start a must move game, though. Maybe I'll jump out of the commentary booth and just go play some mixed games with y'all. Sup, benches. Douche Bellagio. Thank you for the follow. Is that like the male gigolo? Douche Bellagio?
A new follower.
Shoot, I said it early. I'm sorry. We're working on that volume. I know it's loud. 3, 4, 5, 6 for Raymond. Do the players have the option to sit out certain games? There is a button ante for stud, so if you get dealt in one hand, then you're at least paying your button ante when it's your turn. If you play one hand of any of the stud games, they're doing a button ante, so you get, yeah, you have to pay your ante when it's your button if you get dealt in for one hand. Because basically you're paying an ante for everyone, so as soon as you get in one, you commit to, because we see 2 aces there. For Nash. And a 9's going to be good for Song. There you go. Nice hand. But yeah, you can, if you walk a game, I mean, if you're playing in a game and you sit out a lot of hands, like sometimes you see people that play a mixed game and they really like one particular game. I mean, if you're walking an excessive amount of mixed games regularly, then at some point, yeah, we might pick you up or ask you to play all the hands. But there's no specific rule of you can't walk a game. Or if there's, I mean, especially if we're doing something like this with like a 10-game mix, if there's a game that you walk, it's generally not a problem, but I think it's fairly decent etiquette for you to play the games in a mix if you're sitting at the table, but there's no rule against it. But consistent walking could get you picked up. This is live. They played these hands a half hour ago. We're watching on a 30-minute delay. But I am watching it on a delay with you. So we can all see their cards. But that's because they played it 30 minutes ago. Nobody could see their cards in live time. So I am live with the chat. I am live on the delay. The question is, are they playing a set amount of hands per game, or is there a time limit? Yeah, they're playing 8 hands per game, but they change the game whenever the button passes the dealer. So if it were a 7-handed game or something of that nature, then it would be 7 hands. But basically, however many players are at the table, that's how many hands they play. Seven, 6, 4. Very paired. We're going to keep the stream going for about another 30 minutes. Once again, if you like seeing the mixed games on the stream, let us know on our social. It'll help me be able to get more of the mixed games for you. If you have any questions about any of the games that we're playing, feel free to ask in the chat. Happy to answer it for you. Just trying to give poker players a new experience. Love me some mixed games. COVID is hurting our poker lives for sure. Less now than before, but yeah, still in recovery mode. Poker rooms shut down all over. There are some that are open. Jimmy with the cocktail there. What do you think the line is on my...
I need a dollar, that's what I need. Hey, hey. Well, I need a dollar, that's what I need. Hey, hey. I need a dollar, that's what I need.
Deuce Bellagio gifted.
Well, I need a dollar, that's what I need.
93. And to
I need
OKC.
a dollar, that's what I need.
WVA, thank you.
Well, I need a
Deuce
dollar,
Bellagio, thank you.
that's what I need.
And welcome. Appreciate having you here.
I need a dollar, that's what I need. Hey, hey. Well, I need
Keep
a
on
dollar,
streaming. We need poker back in our lives.
that's
Okay,
what
you
I
got it.
need. Hey, hey.
We've got another live stream on
I
tap
need a dollar,
for sure
that's
on
what I need. Hey,
Friday.
hey.
We're doing
Well, I
5-10
need
no
a
limit
dollar, that's what I need.
cash game. It's been getting juicier and juicier. I even sat in the game for a little bit on last Friday. That's how you know it's juicy, if I'm sitting in it. We're going to get a PLO game going on the stream at some point this week. Going to have the 5-10 no limit hold'em cash game on Fridays. If you want to get in on the games, you email Serena, Serena at Prime Social TX. She'll get you on the list. If you let her know what kind of game you're interested in, she'll help you get in. Because that's what she do. 7-6. That's going to do it. That's going to be a winner. Pot goes to Jimmy. Where are the games? The games are scrolling at the bottom of your screen. I think that question came from Twitch, right? Yeah. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. It's scrolling the games that they're playing. The game that they're currently on, it's on that yellow placard. That's the game that they're playing right now. Blinds are 5-10. They're playing 10-20 limit mix. Where are... Oh, I'm sorry. We are at Prime Social in Houston, Texas. Question is, where are the games? Houston, Texas. 7801 Westheimer. Just past the Galleria in Houston, Texas. Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Okay. If you are ever in Texas, come check us out. Mention my name. Tell them that you saw me on the stream. And I will waive your door fee. See Dana in the background over there? He's a regular here at Prime Social. I bet we'll get him in a live stream game here soon enough. Once again, if you want to get in a live stream game, Serena at PrimeSocialTX.com. She's the live stream game host. She controls the list. She can let you know what we got going and when. Can you believe they're bringing me a bill for all these drinks? Man, it's crazy. For those of you that just came in, I did well in a tournament out here. I work at Prime Social. I promised the staff that I would use some of that money to take care of them. So tonight was the night. And now that I'm doing the live stream commentary, I'm in here with y'all. I just see rounds and rounds of alcohol being spread around from different employees. Just hearing the cashier noise every time they take a ching, ching, ching. But it is what it is. Happy to share with the team. With the team. Team player. If you ever see me at the final table, just know that my friends at Prime are getting some piece, whether they know it or not. Oh, just a little wheel. Just a little wheelio. One, two, three, four, five. That's the best possible hand you can have in this game. Nash keeping that VPIP up over 70%. Strong. Strong VPIP. Looks like we got some mystery hand here, so we're just going to have to speculate. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 on the draws. Yes, masks are optional now here in Texas. The governor lifted the mask mandate. Our employees are still required to wear them, but for the players, it's optional. Douche Bellagio, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the subs. Appreciate having you here. Check us out. We'll be on a few times a week doing live streams. We appreciate you stopping by, sharing some time with us. Bring poker back strong, says Douche Bellagio. I hope I'm saying that right. Yes. Bring poker back strong. Check it out. We got tournaments on the schedule here at Prime Social. Including Alana finally got in. Looks like Nick got up. She's been waiting patiently for a while. We were talking about it in the chat. Mixed games are just so rare to have them in this buy-in level that when they come up, players kind of want to stay. I mean, you can't blame them. Stud 8 or better, I think we came full circle. I think this is what we started with on the stream. I think we went full circle. We went through the whole rotation. Stud 8 or better, 2 cards down, 1 card up. That's how you start. You end up with 4 cards up and 3 cards down. There's a betting round after every additional card from now until the end of the hand. 8 or better means it's a split pot game. Best high card, best high hand, best 5 card high hand splits the pot with the best 5 card low hand. 8 or better indicates that the qualifier for the low hand is 5 cards that are 8 or lower. If there's no qualifying low hand, the high hand gets the entire pot. Otherwise, the high and the low split it up. Anytime you see 8 or better, that's what that means. It's a split pot game with the high and the low.
How we doing, guys? Producer Josh in here for a minute, taking over for Justin. So we look at the stacks there, relatively deep across the board. There's a lot of chips on the table. As we see a couple players getting in a tipping war. There. Oh, there we go again. 4 bets. Oh my God, 7 bets. A lot of love for the dealer. Looks like Sung's going to be our bring-in here. The 3 of diamonds. Going to see a complete by Jimmy Chips with the 5 of hearts showing. He's got another 5 with an ace in the hole. Alana's going to come along. Can't imagine Sung folding. Nash comes along too. Jimmy Chips is going to improve to 2 pairs now. Nash is going to come along with his pair of 6s in the hole. Oh, Nash improves to 2 pair as well. But it's going to be no good. Nash is going to be drawing to a 6 or 3 or a heart. Bricks out. Jimmy is going to win this hand with a bet and a call. I'll tell you what, I've been watching these guys the entire time they've been playing, and there is not a person on the table not having a good time. They are all having fun, cutting up, laughing. There is a lot of adult beverages moving around the table. If you like mixed games, this might be the place for you today. Mike's going to be the bring in here. 3 of hearts. Complete by Chris. Sung's in there, as well as Nash. Nelly's in there. Of course, Jimmy Chips is in there. Chris picks up another heart. Nash with aces here, disguised. He is going to be raising, looks like. Bet and take it for Nash here. Nobody improves. We are playing stud games with, let's take a look at the VPIP here. Nash with the highest VPIP, 75%. Jimmy and Sung not too far behind, over 50. Deuce O clubs going to be to bring in. Jimmy's going to start off with 3 clubs in his hand. Ray completes with 2 jacks. Polana comes along, as well as Sung. Jimmy and Mike. Tell you what, I have rarely seen this many players in the hand past the start in all of these games. Especially the triple draw games. I have not seen a dealer have to shuffle the deck in triple draw games this many times. Ever, I don't believe.
Coming up on the end. All right, I'm here. Who has any guesses? Who has any guesses on what the bill was? I've been buying drinks for the staff all night long. I'll give you a hint. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I keep forgetting how reasonably priced the beverages are here at Prime Social. We got to guess a $4.50. Any other guesses? If anyone can get within $10, then I will cover your next. What'll I cover, producer Josh? What should I cover for him? I will cover your next. Ghost in the Machine. Producer Josh. $7.32. No, I said reasonably priced. Reasonably. It's oh so reasonable. You must have been paying attention though. They just been shot. Everybody.
Yeah, I was telling him earlier, there's a lot of adult beverages moving around in this game.
Well, good news is most of them were on me. What are we playing right now? Stud 8 or better?
Stud 8.
Oh, look at Alana. Deuce 3-6. That's a beautiful looking stud 8 hand. King is still high. Mike gets 4. That's good for his hand.
Nash has 4 to a flush.
Alana got a 9. That's a terrible card.
Yeah.
Nash with 4 to the flush and 1 to the low.
1 to low. So he could still get a low?
No, he
cannot.
can't.
He
There's
cannot.
only 3 more cards. Two, three, four. Deuce, 3, 4. 7 for Mike. That's a good card for his hand.
All right, gonna go get a floor call. BRB.
That's another good card for Mike. Oh, he makes 2 pair, except Nash just made a flush. So he has a high percentage next to his name.
Quick shout out to everybody who's been here watching us.
We've had a good stream. There's
Yeah.
lots of people that stuck with us for a long time. It was
Yeah.
really good.
I thought it'd be a cool idea to kind of test out the software a little bit. I've never done any action tracking or anything with some of these mixed games. A little challenging, but it was good to do.
You had a compliment in there earlier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
From a gentleman named Nick.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Nick. Whoever you are out there.
I told him, you could see it in your face. I don't know exactly how difficult it was, but you could see it in your face. You're just typing the entire time.
It's not so much that it's rocket science. It's just constant attention is necessary. Because if you just get behind a little bit, it's just going to mess everything up.
Isn't that what your degree is in? Rocket science?
Exactly, yes.
Isn't that what you got it in?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I thought so.
Definitely not criminal justice. It's
Oh.
definitely rocket science.
Oh.
Yeah.
Me too. I work for Elon.
Oh, okay.
Musk.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
that guy. That
Mm-hmm.
guy. Yeah, he just opened up a new location right down the road from us here on Westheimer.
7-Eleven?
No. I think it's like a Tesla dealership.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I forgot he did that too.
Yeah.
Pair of 7s. Can they double bet?
Well, as we've recently found out, no, they cannot.
Oh,
If I'm not mistaken, that used to be the rule. Is that right?
It's a trick question. Stud 8 or better was never a rule.
Oh.
Trick question.
You got me.
I tricked you.
You got me.
I tricked you. But yeah, the double bet in stud is not a
Okay,
thing.
so is this a widely accepted rule, or is this a thing
It's-
that happened at a TDA summit?
A new follower.
Go the other way.
It's the way the good Lord intended. I'm willing to go back to the double bet optional if anyone can give me a solid poker reason why in a fixed limit game the size of your bet
Okay.
should be able to be changed based off the strength of your hand.
Yeah, 3903 coming in with a follow. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for the follow. You're just tuning in. We're playing some mixed games tonight. Currently on stud 8 or better. Split pot stud game.
So what do you think? Should Sung be able to triple bet here because he's got trips in his hand? Or quadruple bet?
He does have the check mark. And I think that's I don't know.
Oh, he's got quad burgers.
Quad burgers. If I'm not mistaken, he doesn't show his fourth 8.
His fourth 8 is down.
I know. I don't think he shows it after everybody. Well, let's not ruin the action here, but.
Well, except you just did. Let's not ruin the action. Consider the action ruined. 4 8s and stud 8 or better. That's good. He's shuffling his tip chips. That's a tell.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. Well, Jimmy, I can't quite see his cards, but he could have a straight, maybe. If he's got a 6 or an ace on his down card. Nope, he lets it go. He did not have one of those. See,
Aw.
he doesn't even show his quads. He doesn't even show them.
He knows that they're all going to see it right now. They're all watching it right now.
They are.
30 minutes later.
But he did tell everybody, about 3 hands later, Ray asked, what did you start with? How do you... And he said, I had an 800. I don't think they believed him. But.
Yeah. Quad burgers. It's the best kind of burger.
Have you ever had Whataburger? Because that's a pretty good kind of burger.
Not only have I had it, but decent chance I stop and get some taquitos.
Have you tried the patty melt yet?
Do they put the patty melt inside of taquitos?
That would be a negative.
Then no.
Well, you should try it. One time
I
when
eat taquitos.
You don't want breakfast for lunch and dinner? Maybe you should just try the
They
patty
don't
melt.
do taquitos for lunch and dinner. They do them from 11 p.m. to 11
Trust me,
a.m.
I know.
That's
Have you ever had a
the-
bob?
A bob?
A bob.
What kind of taquito is a bob?
It is a breakfast on a bun. You can get sausage or bacon
But
with egg and cheese.
I like my taquitos
On a bun.
in a tortilla.
Because we're in Texas.
Taquito. Extra cheese, shelled eggs. I'll go sausage. I'll go bacon. I'll go potato.
All right.
Whichever.
I mean, they're endless.
Do
they have chorizo? I don't think they do they?
No.
No. It's
Or
unfortunate.
I don't know. Maybe I don't want to speak on behalf of all of Whataburger. They might have. People get mad at me for saying it weird.
Yeah, because it's pronounced what a burger, not water burger.
What a burger. What a burger. Did you see Nash's VPIP?
Yes.
Yeah.
Last I saw was 75 percentile.
It's
the highest of all percentiles at the table.
It's up now from that.
I would imagine.
It's 110.
Wow.
He's played every hand plus he played 4 of the misdeals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't care if I don't have a chance to win. I'm going to play anyways.
3 aces for Mike.
That's a pretty good hand. Nash is going to call him with his
2,
double pair.
3, 7. What's better? 3 aces or double pairs?
A new follower.
I can comfortably answer
Yeah,
that.
now
Positive
that-
shit. I can
now that he's
comfortably
got the
answer that
pot.
question. 77%. Jimmy's not all that far behind. 59%. Tell you what, Jimmy likes the triple draw games a lot.
Look at Chris's VPIP is 18%. He's grabbed a higher percentage of the Coronas in the building than pots that he's played. How's that possible?
Well, you see, when drinks are as reasonably priced as they are here at Prime Social.
Oh yeah, they
tend
are
to drink
they are
a
reasonably
lot.
priced.
Starfish52, thank you much for the follow. Very, very much. All right, guys, got a spoiler alert for you. This is going to be the last hand that I action tracked for. I think we played something like 85 hands across 10 different games tonight.
Whoa. Oh, the bill was $280, so you guys were a little high. They're reasonably priced here. Reasonably priced. I'll be able to leave.
Yeah, you might even be able to sit down in this game and you have a chance to win some of it back.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely.
How am I supposed to be Nash?
Yeah, it's hard to beat somebody who plays 100% of the hands.
110.
110% of the hands.
Yeah.
Tell you what, before we get off of here, I just want to give a quick shout out to Matt. I locked him in on this game tonight because he is more knowledgeable about most of these games than I am. And he has done a fantastic job Players loved him. Keeps the game speed going fast.
Nice job, Matt.
Nice job, Matt. He was also our dealer of the series.
He was our dealer of the series.
For good reason.
The man can deal.
And the last pot of the night is going to be chopped here between Jimmy Chips and Nash.
Okay, if you'd like to stay with us, we're going to go give a little bit of love to Alex Optional. We're going to raid. They told me I sound like Scooby-Doo. I don't believe that. Okay, wait, hold. Don't do it yet. Whoa. Slow down there, Producer Josh. Whoa, easy.
All right.
We're a minute early anyway. Hold.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. We start it, and then people join, and then we push raid when we're ready.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Hang out with us. We appreciate you watching. If you like these mixed games, let us know on our social at Prime Social TX. Follow us, like us on Facebook. Prime Social, let us know. If you'd like to get into this game or you'd like to know when we're having them, email Serena at primesocialtx.com. SIRINA, Serena at primesocialtx.com. You want to follow me on Twitter? I am at the Justin Hammer. Happy to take your questions, comments, concerns, insults, trolls, letters of gratitude, whatever you want. Come check us out. But for producer Josh and Prime Social, I'm Justin Hammer saying good night, y'all.
Here you go.
Here you go.
A new follower.